太完蛋了，太远了。多拉打问号啊！
随心所往，让梦去飞翔，任凭孤独思念八方。岁月迁徙不同的远方，任世情万般心事来来往往。随风起飞，心就要起航，走过人群，四季流转。梦在前方，旅途还漫长，让思念伴随着我一站一站。坐在我眼中的你的模样，寂寞偶尔写在脸上，想你的心情却总是无处藏，就这样跟随着我一站一站。随风起飞，心就要起航，走过人群，四季流转。梦在前方，旅途还漫长，让思念伴随着我一站一站。坐在我眼中的你的模样，寂寞偶尔写在脸上，想你的心情却总是无处藏，就这样跟随在我的旅途上。 一站一站，就这样伴随着我一站一站。无处可藏，谢谢。
新盛世抗敏加修护珐琅质益智双效高露洁抗敏专家。
Copenhagen, the capital of Denmark, supposedly the happiest country on earth. At first glance, it's not so hard to believe, especially in the summer. Tall blondes lounge at picturesque urban beaches or glide by on bicycles, past postcard-perfect canals and stately architecture. Here, there's free healthcare, free education, and the social safety net is strong. Of course, taxes are the highest in the world, but on the ground, it kind of does feel like everything works and nothing hurts. Or does it? We've come here to find out, are the Danes really as happy as everyone says?
We are currently in Nyhavn. If you see a postcard of Denmark, it's most likely that you're going to be seeing this scenery, these very charming townhouses painted in pastel colors. This used to be a bustling commercial port in the 17th century, and a lot of the houses you see here were built between the 17th and 18th centuries as homes for merchants and tradesmen. Over time, they were converted to brothels, and this was a very hectic red light district. But today is the most touristic area in Copenhagen, and you see canal boat tours constantly passing by all day, every day. It's very crowded, lots of restaurants. This is our first time in Denmark, and as an American, I'm very curious about the way of life here. Denmark is known for being very successful. There's universal healthcare, free education, the lowest working hours in Europe. And the people are rumored to be very, very happy. In fact, Denmark has ranked consistently as the happiest country in the world for a while now. So during our time here, we're going to be finding out if that is true and just learn more about what it's like to live here. After a short time in Copenhagen, my first impressions are that things are very clean and safe and orderly. The air is fresh, the people are very tall and physically fit. I think the people here are the tallest in the world. And everybody bikes everywhere. There's something like 400 kilometers of bike lanes in the city that are separated from the roads. And as a result, there's very few cars here for a big city. And yeah, it just feels like things work here. It is a very sunny day out, as you can see, and the Danes are out and about. The summer is a very special time here because this part of Europe gets very dark and cold in winter. So when the sun comes out, people are excited. We are in the center of the city, and as you can see, people are hanging out, swimming, boating, eating at outdoor food courts. It's a great vibe here. You could find yourself worse places than Copenhagen in the summertime.
Back in the 90s, Copenhagen set out to transform its polluted harbor into a place where people could actually swim, investing heavily in the effort. 3 decades later, the results speak for themselves. Danes lounge at pop-up beaches right in the urban center, giving Copenhagen a dreamy, almost storybook quality in the summertime.
We've made it to one of the many urban beaches alongside the canal here in Copenhagen. They cleaned up the harbor in the 90s, I believe, but back in the 80s, this was very polluted. You definitely would not want to swim here. And it's just something super unique about Copenhagen. You definitely don't find stuff like this elsewhere in the world. And it goes to show how the city really prioritizes its people with little initiatives and investments like this that make the city a really pleasant place to live. Okay, I come bearing the goods. These very cheap Aperol spritzes. Every time it's like you spend $30 here because it's Denmark. But they are really delicious. Okay, so Mark, are
Yeah.
you from Copenhagen?
I am from Copenhagen.
Born and raised?
Born and raised.
And did you come here directly from work?
I did. I
Okay,
did. I
nice.
needed to cool down.
So the rumor I hear is
Yeah.
that the Danes are the happiest people on earth.
Yeah.
What do you think about this statement?
I think all Scandinavians are happy because we have a secure system and have healthcare and education. And we don't have to pay tuition like you're from the US. So I think
Right.
that maybe gives us some carefree attitude about life.
Yeah, I agree because I'm from the US and
Yeah.
I feel even if, I'm doing well, I'm employed, I feel like consistent anxiety because if, let's say, I get in an accident and I don't have insurance for a little bit, it could take like everything that I have.
Yeah, and also I think we are just happy just because we just have a good time here. Yeah. And people are friendly and there's not much crime.
Yeah, it's very safe. I feel very safe walking on the streets here. You see children walking alone on the streets here, which in America would like never happen. What's the average tax rate in this country?
The average is probably close to 38, 37, and if you work hard, it goes up.
So when you have a system like this, I feel like you have to have a lot of trust in your government. Do you trust the Danish government?
I do. I actually do. Like I'm like at 80, 85, 90%.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
In America, it's definitely not that
No.
high.
I think some Americans would say we're like communists.
Yeah.
But it's not like that. It's we do have money to spend and have a good life. I'm just happy.
Yeah,
I don't know what
that's Okay, so you're one of the happy days.
Yeah.
If you come to Copenhagen, chances are you're going to be riding one of these guys, and it is the best way to get around. There's something like 350 kilometers of fully separated bike lanes in the city, and there's a lot of bike-only lanes as well. So it's very, very safe. Even if you're a completely amateur cyclist, you're going to do fine here. There are way more bikes in this city than cars. So much so that for a major city, there really is no traffic at all, even during rush hour. So when I first got here, it was a bit strange because the city was so quiet at all hours. And I realized it's because people just don't have the need to drive at all. I think it's the only major city I've been to where there isn't gridlock traffic pretty much at all hours of the day. And it's very nice. It gives it a very calm, peaceful atmosphere. I really love the biking personally because it just naturally builds in a little bit of activity into your everyday. So not only is it super easy to get around, you're getting some movement in. Biking gives the city a really wholesome feeling. You have little kids on bicycles. You have people with big carts connected to their bikes where they have their kids, their dogs, or even their friends. Everybody bikes together, friends bike together to go do different social activities and stuff, and something very unique about Copenhagen. I like it a lot personally. Also, don't try this at home, kids. This filming while biking. We're going to take a quick pause to thank the sponsor of today's video, Level 8 Luggage. We have been durable luggage. We carry their so very on. If you're looking gorgeous, thoughts on
Orderly, but tucked right into its center, next to the city's most famous sites, is something completely unexpected. Freetown Christiania, a neighborhood built outside the system with its own set of rules.
We are in Freetown Christiania, This is a self-declared autonomous district in the heart of Copenhagen. For a long time, this place was very notorious, specifically for drug dealing. You couldn't come and film here, and it had kind of a bad reputation within the city. Things have changed a lot within the last year. Pusher Street, which is the most notorious drug dealing street, was dismantled, and a lot of government investment went to upgrade the area. So now anyone can come here. It feels very different from the rest of the city, almost like its own world. But I cannot stress enough how it is literally in the heart of Copenhagen. So it's incredibly interesting that Freetown Christiania exists at all.
For all its notoriety, Freetown remains a symbol of freedom in Copenhagen, a community that successfully governed itself for decades. And did I mention it's beautiful here? At its center is a lake, surrounded by quiet footpaths and homes built by residents.
Walking by the lake, it's very interesting. It almost feels like we're in a nature reserve because you have the beautiful waterfront. A lot of these houses, I don't think were built according to building codes in Denmark, so they kind of have a DIY vibe. But this is the center of Copenhagen. Like, we are smack down in the middle of the city right now. This beautiful home even has a self-service vintage market, and it's fully based on a trust system. So if you want something, you can pay with mobile pay and just take what you want. Okay, so what are your names? So
Eric and Casper.
Casper, okay, nice to meet you. So are Danish people the happiest people in the world, as is rumored?
From far away, yeah, we're the most happy ones, but I think behind that there's a lot of sadness too, because in Denmark, a lot of people, they have a hard pressure on themselves, because education, for example, is one of the most important things. So everything's about how high in the potential are you, and where are you in the community.
So there's a lot of pressure, basically, like you feel a lot of societal pressure to like perform a certain way at school and maybe follow like a trajectory of life.
So in Denmark we also have something called janteloven, which means you cannot be better than someone. So everyone is on the same level. You have an ambition, people will always put you down and try to say you're not as good as you think, or you're not the best in the world.
Okay, so there's a lot of basically like judgment from society. So there's a lot, you kind of have to conform, it sounds like. Do people step out of the line? Like, what happens when they do? Do you have to be kind of brave to do that?
Yeah, you have to be brave. People will just look down on you and say, well, why are you like that? They would not like you, and they will choose to go other ways, or they will maybe not speak to you.
Do you feel like the taxes are fair? Like, are you happy to pay into the tax system, pay higher taxes? Do you feel like you're getting a lot?
The problem when you have a system like ours, it's based on, we hope that you do the best you can do, and you are honest. A few years ago we were cheated by 7 billion Danish crowns for someone in Dubai, and when people like those, they get our hard-earning taxes back without doing anything, just saying we bought these stocks, then I think it's a really shitty thing that you pay so much in taxes. But when you get a free education, you also like it.
So would you say you're happy to be Danish?
Denmark has a lot of potential for the next years, because we also use a lot of money on educating people and on new companies and that stuff. So yeah, I'm happy to be Danish. However, I think there is something you need to change in the systems. I think that's the same in every country that has a system.
But would you say, generally speaking, that you trust the government here?
Last week we had a big documentary about how the police, they are looking on journalists' things, on their work, and to get information. So without having a warrant and that stuff. So yeah, some of the system is great, but other things, I think they use their power too much.
Hop! Hop! Who's your good boy? Yeah.
Oh, he's so handsome, bro.
This is Hawk, 1-year-old cane corso, the most handsome boy in Freetown, Christiania. I'm really happy we came here to Freetown Christiania. It's been a really good experience. We've met a lot of very nice people who have been very open about talking to us. And I know things have changed here in the last year. The government has interfered. Perhaps the neighborhood has gentrified quite a bit, so it's not the same. But I feel like it's a really special place within Copenhagen where you have really good energy. And, you know, we hear from locals here that outside of Freetown, it's not the same as here in the sense that people are just very warm here. So I'm really happy we got to come here and experience it for ourselves.
It's more than just a game for two. Two in life can make it. Take my heart, but please don't break it. Love was made for me, and love was made for me, and love was made for me.
We're at a bar that our Danish friend recommended. It's a little bit old school, maroon walls, wallpaper. You can still smoke in here. It definitely feels like you're in another era. We've gotten a bar snack. It was very interesting. It is literally a hard-boiled egg served with a little dish of salt, pepper, and mustard. And this is apparently very traditional. Sailors used to eat this when they were drinking at bars. And apparently, this is the last bar in the city that serves this snack. Allegedly. What's your name?
My name is Peter.
Peter, nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you too.
Okay, so you're performing today.
Yeah.
And you're a jazz musician.
I'm a jazz musician, yes.
What's your instrument?
I play jazz guitar.
And you are born and raised in Copenhagen?
Yeah, I was born and raised there, yeah.
And is it good being a musician here in Denmark?
I think it's everywhere. It's the same everywhere, actually. You have to have some savings to play jazz. It's really expensive.
So a rumor we've heard is that Danish people are the happiest in the world. What do you think about this?
I think it's a question of how to compare that. But I think when it comes to social security and safety in that way, it's very, very good. I mean, we have free hospitals. You can get a heart surgery or a heart transplant. You don't pay for it. You can study to become a doctor or an engineer and you don't pay for it, which is quite unique.
Yeah, really. I hear you actually get paid to go to university.
Yeah, you get paid,
yeah.
And then the students even complain about it.
I mean, it's nice. In the U.S., we,
I know.
are in debt 6 figures when we graduate. So
When I told my American colleagues on the cruise ships, they were like laughing. It's like, did you hear what Peter said? It's like, they didn't believe it. So it's very unique. You're completely safe here.
Yeah, so
in any way.
There's no sense of anxiety where like...
There's no crime, and all that is very, very low.
Right.
You can walk in the night.
So the government kind of has your back if you are in between jobs or you get sick.
Yeah.
You don't have to worry about losing everything.
No.
And also the safety aspect.
I think it works so well because Denmark is so small. We're very united, I think.
But it's cool. I think it's really unique what you have here.
It is. So people around the world come to visit Denmark.
Yeah.
It's great.
Would you say you're generally happy with the country?
I am. I mean, especially because I visited so many countries. Like Colombia or Asia, and you see how poor people are.
Right.
You see the difference and you appreciate coming home.
Well, that's great.
Okay.
Crazy. Thank you so much for talking with us.
You're welcome.
내 이름은 백기태. 중앙정보부 부산지부 정보과 과정이다.
Just minutes away from downtown Copenhagen is Amager, a once industrial island of shipyards and warehouses. Today, it's a dynamic district, home to creative hubs like the Refn Food Market, harbor baths and waterfront wine bars, and spa facilities like this one. where you can experience the Scandinavian tradition of heating up in a sauna and cooling off with an icy plunge.
We are at Copenhagen. It's a very nice spa facility here in Copenhagen by the water. It is a beautiful day out, so I'm very excited. We're gonna have a relaxing afternoon. You can book private saunas here. We got the panorama sauna, which has a nice view. And it's very cool. It can be a very social thing. You can invite a few friends, come hang out. At the facilities here, they have a lot of regulars, a lot of tourists who partake. And we really love the sauna because it just feels amazing. For me, it feels very relaxing. My mind is always just running away with itself, and being in a hot sauna, it's the one thing that really slows me down. And I really love it as part of my own wellness routine. So I'm happy we get to do it here. It's like a very special place to try it out. This is so nice. Copenhagen is considered one of the most sustainable capital cities in the world, and outside the window of the sauna is one example why. So this very interesting building over here that almost looks like a giant slide with the tower. This is a waste processing factory, and the factory is able to generate energy from this waste processing and use it throughout the city. And on top of the building there is a ski slope. Right now it looks more like a park or something like that you can go skiing on top of there. And the building is very interesting and actually looks quite nice. All right, Rasmus, how often do you come in the sauna?
Well, I'm so lucky that I work with saunas, so I do it a couple of times a week probably, I would say.
So would you say saunaing is a big part of the culture here in Denmark? Do a lot of people do it?
A lot of people do it, and especially within the last 10, 15 years, it's really been a big thing.
So why would you say that the people here are so into this wellness culture?
In general, we are very concerned about health in Denmark, in the Nordic countries in general, and the cold climate, you need it. To have a sauna, just to keep warm.
So the rumor we often hear is that people in Denmark are the happiest in the world.
Yeah, I think we're on second place right now.
Do you agree with that? Like, do you think that's true?
It's hard to say when you live here. We also complain about a lot of things. So, and it's how do we measure happiness? I think that's very difficult to measure. So, but in general, I think we have a good society here. It's not so one way or the other.
What is your favorite part about your culture? Like, what do you like about living here?
Oh, I think it's this thing that we try to be a little bit in the middle of everything, both political and socially. So it's like we don't go completely in one direction. It's like, okay, yeah, somebody had that opinion, somebody had that opinion. Let's meet in the middle. And then, of course, we have the Danish word hygge. You gotta love that.
So this is what you do. The hot and then the cold, and you do the mixing up with the temperatures.
Yeah.
And it somehow makes you feel really good.
When you're in the sauna or in a hot tub, your blood veins expands actually, so you get better blood flow around your body. And then when you come into this, basically what happens is your body and your mind goes like, this is cold, this is water, I need to get out.
Yeah.
So, but as soon as you start controlling that, your body will start working to pump the blood around to keep you warm.
Yeah, I really like it too.
Yeah.
So if you're in Copenhagen, definitely check out something like this. This one's called Copenhagen, Little Siberia. Life could definitely be worse right now. We are at Schønmen. It is one of the most popular traditional Danish restaurants in Copenhagen. They're booked out for like weeks ahead, and we came to test our luck, and fortunately we were able to get a table. This is the type of place where a Danish friend of ours says that his mom and grandmother ate at. It's been here since 1877, so it is a very historic place.
There you go.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. All right, skull. Schnapps. 40 to 45% alcoholic content. Very strong. Salud! I'll put a little hair on your chest. We are here for smørrebrød, which is kind of the Danish national dish. It's very popular. It's usually eaten for lunch, and it is an open-faced rye bread sandwich with different toppings. This smørrebrød is with herring and mustard and dill and bacon. Which is kind of the Danish national dish. It's very popular. It's usually eaten for lunch, and it is an open-faced rye bread sandwich with different toppings. This smørrebrød is with herring and mustard and dill and bacon, and this is a breaded and fried egg. So I'm just gonna go for it. I'm gonna try to get a bite with everything. All right, cheers. The herring is cured and salted. It's very savory. It's got a little tang, and the raw onion adds like a nice bite to it. It's really good. Lots of nice textures as well with the breaded egg. So good. Such a strong start. I've noticed they really like dill in this country. So you'll find dill in a lot of different foods. And I like dill, so I'm down with that. Smørrebrød number 2, warm salmon with shaved fennel, and this is a lemon cream. Dill, of course. Don't mind if I do. I think one of the challenges of eating smørrebrød is getting all the ingredients in one neat bite. All right, cheers. Oh my God, it's so good. The salmon is so fresh. That cream is cool and rich and delicious. A little bit of acidity from the lemon. Last but not least, we got this very magnificent beef tartare with a poached egg on top, served with chives and this rye bread over here. She's beautiful. She's really...
Chives.
Really beautiful. Hey. Cheers. It's so good, like everything else we've had so far. I gotta say, this place changed my perception of Danish food.
Summer in Copenhagen is full of surprises. Every June, a 200-year-old tradition sweeps through the city. It looks a little different than what you might think. one weekend, hundreds of party trucks take to the streets, graduates piled in the back. And the soundtrack of choice seems to be early 2000s hip-hop from the US.
Is it high school or college?
It's high school.
High
so They
school.
are 19.
Yeah. Okay. We see them all over the city.
It's today and tomorrow is not the biggest day. It's always a popular with tourists. So,
Yeah.
so they visit every home of everybody in the class.
Oh, that's what they do.
Yes. So it started about noon and they end about midnight.
Wow. Yeah, lots of houses to go to. And what are the hats? They're really special. They look like sailor hats.
Yeah, that's traditional for graduation from high school. Very old tradition. That's a very almost 200 years.
200 years. Oh, okay. Do you know how it started?
The tradition is that it started. There were some Swedish students actually visiting Copenhagen, and they were wearing some hats, and they were at that time everybody was wearing hats. So they was integrated into the Danish student society at that time, and then it's evolved.
Yeah.
That they were originally black.
And now they're all different colors. For what reason, you said?
That's a different kind of high school. Yeah.
So like different specialties? Okay. Oh, that's really interesting.
Very drunk, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, we guessed that, yeah. We assumed that was part of the deep tradition.
Back at one of the many urban beaches in the city, we enjoy a leisurely Wednesday afternoon surrounded by Danes playing hooky from work. Our friend Anthony is with us, a recent transplant from the US. We were curious about his experience living in Denmark so far and how it compares.
What made you decide to move to Copenhagen?
My girlfriend's Danish, so obviously love is the main reason why I moved here. And quality of life in Copenhagen compared to the U.S. is primarily the main reason why we decided now was the right time to move.
What were the core quality of life reasons why you moved here?
First and foremost, like for where we are in our lives, work-life balance is huge in Denmark or in Copenhagen, and the Danish work culture really values, your time. It belongs to you compared to the U.S. You might only get 2 to 3 weeks off a year. Like Danes are mandated 5 weeks by their government.
Okay, you got your first job here. Are you ready for the Danish taxes, the notoriously high tax system here?
Yeah, I think it's not the most exciting part, but at the same time, it's part of it's a way of life here, and if you want to be a part of this system, you also have to be able to contribute to the system. So.
And there's a rumor that Danes are the happiest.
The system, you also have to be able to contribute to the system. So.
And there's a rumor that Danes are the happiest people on earth. Coming in with your American perspective and being with a Danish partner, why do you think that rumor exists?
Yeah, I think Danes have like really strong traditions and values, and I think the reason why they're the happiest people is because they've created a world where they can enjoy those traditions and values to its fullest potential.
Yeah, do you really think Danes are the happiest people on earth?
I think they are. Yeah. They make it so, I guess, like so livable. Like, public transportation's great. Biking is amazing. Everyone is so healthy and like takes advantage of the outdoors here. Healthcare is taken care of. It's safe. It's super safe. You don't really ever see homeless people here.
So basically you're saying like in the US we're recommended to have, like a 6-month emergency fund. Here, like you don't really need that because
you always have the safety net here. Yeah, you always have the safety net here.
Okay, so as Americans, maybe our trust in the government isn't necessarily at an all-time all the time, or it's like kind of a polarizing topic. How does that compare to here as far as like the Danish folks' trust in the system?
Coming from America, I question the government a little bit more, and I think the Danish society and community, like, they really have trust in their government, and they believe that everything that the government is doing is in their best interest. And if it's not, of course, like they can decide to have a vote for a new government or a new leader.
Could you see a system like this working in the US at all?
No.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I think just the taxes alone would get people like up in arms.
I just think we're like too big of a country.
So, is Denmark really the happiest place on earth? Of course, nowhere is perfect. Every country has its problems. But talking to the people here, you notice a quiet contentment that's rare to find elsewhere. I suppose if you're going to be born somewhere, you could do a lot worse than here.
香脆榛果，明滑巧克力，金沙，精致真愛，如你所愛。
季節の移ろいに揺らぐ肌。2000時間の発酵から生まれたライスパワーナンバー11アルファ。肌本来の力を呼び覚まし、揺らぎに負けず輝く自純肌へ。日本で生まれたアクアチャージ ST ローダー。
Precursor.
全新一代飞利浦悬护式电弧刀，近乎一体不妥协，突破生产。
Every time I travel, I feel so lucky to come back to this city. I feel so lucky.
An inexpensive apartment from is her boyfriend.
This is also something I've realized. There's not in a lot of European households, which is the tradition of drying the clothes outside. At least a lot of people tell me they think it's really weird in Lisbon or they're fascinated by it. And it's just, we have a lot of sun and actually this is ready to take off.
In Portugal, young people move out of their parents' home at an average age of 29. Currently,
it's so the
date
same
around 20. Her
have beautiful everyone and my country that I'm telling history.
After didn't concern her.
Is from one.
Be it in itself.
I know. So.
把那个等我一下，应用程式把该删的删一删。
新年好运马上到，万事如意马上出现，我庆贺马上。
We've explored mountain ranges all over the world, but somehow we'd never made it to the Dolomites. But last summer, we finally made it happen. In early September, we set out to fast-pack the Altavia One, spending 4 nights and 5 days exploring one of the most dramatic landscapes we'd ever seen. From towering Dolostone peaks to turquoise alpine lakes. Some places feel just too perfect to be real.
Beautiful late afternoon here. Really nice weather and these views. Just incredible.
We moved fast and light, embracing everything the trail had to offer and making a few friends along the way. And after all the trails we've followed, it turns out the mountains have a way of surprising us still. Over 2 bus to catch.
I was gonna hike up in the dark and get to the summit as soon as the sun was rising, but clearly I'm a little bit late. Until the 9th, dude. The thickness of on your neck. Really bummed.
Capital. Can you cheat on your home?
Toronto's PATH network is the world's largest underground pedestrian walkway, spanning more than 33 kilometers. It consists of 4 million square feet and approximately 1,200. The PATH is connected to this piece company. It's outdoors. It went out of business. Shop on the site. At the north end of the Inn Center,
Citizen Cross C 30周年花耀绽放，玉璧相伴，限定珍藏。
I'm by the River Thames in London. Now, it's a charming place where tourists love to come. But why do they love coming here? Well, you've got views of iconic buildings like the Houses of Parliament and St Paul's Cathedral, but that's not all. Have a look at this. It's a typical modern lamppost. Do you like it? Well, it does its job, but not much else. But look over here at another lamppost. It does its job and a little bit more. It's details like these that help make this such a charming place to be. But these two lampposts don't just look different. They represent fundamentally different worldviews. If you want to understand any society, don't listen to what it says about itself, look at what it creates. London's little lanes are charming now, but 150 years ago in places like this, you'd have had whole families crammed into these tiny rooms without running water. There would have been open cesspits spilling down the streets, and the stench of sewage boiling in the midday sun would have been unbearable. The whole city stank. It wasn't only horrible to live in, but genuinely dangerous. See, at that point, London had a problem. It was the world. Now, why things have changed is a significant question, but that's for another time. For now, what's important is to realize that things
88女巫从去年1月开始预测了各种车祸啊、火灾。History buff.
Second century routes, and over time, transformed the world. Algebra made its way from this
hotel back to like you're very filled with sugar. Fresh. Like love marriages, but in the shoe tastes such as in the last like 100.
What secrets are held within the most epic landscapes of Scandinavia? How did nature craft Norway's most breathtaking natural wonder? Saltstraumen is storms. Its construction exemplifies innovative engineering in one of nature's most rugged environments. Annually, more than 2 million vehicles traverse the Atlantic Ocean Road, highlighting its status as a prime destination for road trippers and nature enthusiasts. The road's popularity underscores its allure among the
Deveria per
years or 59 weeks at 80%. There's no denying. But over time, funding for healthcare in Norway primarily comes from taxes. And healthcare is a significant portion of public spending. But most Norwegians see it as a fair trade-off, knowing that their taxes provide security and access to quality care when they need it most. So, whether you're drawn to its stunning landscapes, its innovative spirit, or
Мощнее! 13, хорошо! 6!
Фото.
Все?
Only 50 meters left. Those 50 meters though. Woohoo. Поздравляю. Я просто рук не чувствовала после бега. Ох уж эти последние 50 метров. It was amazing. The only thing that was wrong is that after running in the cold, my hands were so cold
that I didn't feel my hands at all. So it took me ages to change my shoes. And when I was swimming, I didn't feel my hands. I didn't feel anything. So the last 20 or 15 meters, I thought that I will not make it to the finish line. I didn't feel anything. The last participants are at the finish line. Some were called
等夏天，等秋天，等下个季节，要等到月亮变圆，你才会回到我身边。要不要再见面？没办法，还是想念。突然想看你的脸，熟悉的感觉，不牵手也可以漫步风霜雨雪，不能相见也要朝思暮念。只想让你知道，我真的很好，爱一生恋一世，我也会等你到老。只想让你知道，放不下也忘不掉，你的笑你的好，是我温暖的依靠。秋天，等下个季节，要等到月亮变圆，你才会回到我身边。要不要再见面？没办法，还是想念。突然想看你的脸，熟悉的感觉，不牵手也可以漫步风霜雨雪，不能相见也要朝思只想让你知道，我真的很好，爱一生恋一世，我也会等你到老。只想让你知道，放不下也忘不掉，你的笑你的好，是我温暖的依靠。只想让你知道，我真的很好，爱一生恋一世，我也会等你到老。只想让你知道，放不下也忘不掉，你的笑你的好，是我温暖的依靠。好朋友来献宝，厚实牛肉诚意足够，黑胡椒酱喜从天。
Toronto. It's the most populous city in Canada and one of the fastest growing in North America. Its ever-expanding skyline, built by people from everywhere. And I mean everywhere. Walk down a single street and you'll hear a dozen languages, smell food from every continent. And somehow, the mix feels seamless. We've come to find out why Toronto is called the most multicultural place on Earth. And in a city shaped by the whole world, what it means to be Canadian.
This is a neighborhood here in the heart of Toronto. Our website.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Apple pie, a fritter, an apple pie bar. Which is a poutine, but it is not the traditional kind. There's a little more going on here. There's some Hungarian goulash on top. And this is kind of standard in Canada. You know, you have your traditional poutine, but then you have various cultural takes on it, this being one of them. And here's a big gob of sour cream on top. You can't really go wrong. Super comfort food. Tastes very healthy, very savory, very delicious.
Welcome to Siberia, Russia. In this video I invite you to visit the city Tyumen. Tyumen city is called the Gates of Siberia because this is the first Russian town in this region. It was founded as an outpost for exploring Siberia and the Far East in 1586. In Banya, we might not have a shower, but banya is obligatory. Back here in Siberia we will have a very special banya experience, very luxury and extreme.
Сейчас пройдем первую стихию. Самую концовку.
温和清洁，绵密泡泡可以彻底。
Сейчас у нас с вами будет второй пар.
With the broom. That way you get much more heat.
Как тебе? Отлично. Без сарказма. Как тебе? Отлично. Без сарказма, без всего. Просто отлично. Так, теперь мы идем в прорубь. Я не знаю, если я отлично после прорубь, но мы посмотрим.
из баньки. Очень классно прыгнуть в снег или в прорубь. Ох.
Coming to you, girl. I might freeze before then.
Когда можно выходить?
Welcome to Siberia.
Отлично. Бэк, как тебе на сене?
Отлично. Все отлично. Это прекрасно, шикарно.
Сейчас мы выйдем.
Сейчас у нас с вами будет уже третий заход в парную, это уже индивидуальная работа с веничками. Мы погреем вас сейчас дубовыми веничками, погреем вас березкой. Отведай домашнего прохладного куску.
Класс.
Я вот могу так сказать так, если бы выпить его до бани, до парения, он бы был просто вкусный, а после парения он становится волшебным.
Он реально волшебный.
代的全新超级米效系列，全日本制，专为亚洲肌设计，在日本真的超红，可以帮助肌肤稳定，不是。
Back с легким паром.
Спасибо, тебе тоже с легким паром.
С легким паром literally means with the light steam. But that's the
steam,
thing that we say after баня to congratulate a person on being clean, and after баня you just feel reborn. Yeah.
Yes, это факт.
Бек, как тебе русская баня?
Мне очень нравится. Я хочу баню акритно в Австралии. Это очень спокойный вайб и просто релакс.
Как вы вообще живете в Австралии без бани, я не понимаю.
Я не знаю. Dad, if you're watching, I need you to build a banyo for me.
Знаете продолжение фразы с легким паром?
С чистым.
Более литературно, с чистым духом.
С легким паром, с чистым духом.
Ура, cheers.
And you watching there, you should also try Russian баня с легким паром. Нас, а вам когда-нибудь с легким паром.
А сердце бьется, ведь ее любишь ты, даже если будет грустно, даже если не смешно, все равно ее улыбнешься все равно, и забудешь все печали, сразу грусть твоя пройдет, поцелуешь, приласкаешь, и все будет хорошо. Но что же делать, если расстояние велико, ты с ней в постели, на улицах разных городов она смеется, по телефону так легко, а сердце бьется.
This is Andromeda, our closest galactic neighbor. So many stars. It's like sand in the sea. But just think, every single one of these dots is a giant star, individually visible to us 2.5 million light years away. Each star likely has its own planets, comets, asteroids, its own story. The Hubble Space Telescope has just created the most in-depth and complete image we have ever seen of the Andromeda Galaxy. And we're seeing it in a new light. A light so brilliant and bright that by the time we get to the galactic nucleus, the stars are so densely packed together that they appear like a brilliant, solid, golden glow. This is no gentle spiral in the night sky. Andromeda is home to violence, a place whose presence has cataclysmic consequences for those nearby, including us. I'm Alex McColgan and you're watching Astrum. Join me today as we take a trip next door to the Andromeda Galaxy and explore arguably the most impressive image of another galaxy ever taken, including 200 million of its stars. We'll show how Hubble's groundbreaking new portrait is being used to piece together Andromeda's turbulent past and predict what violence might be on the cards in its future. We've been observing Andromeda for more than 1,000 years. It was first spotted in 964 AD by Persian astronomer Abdul Rahman, who described what he saw as a nebula smear. We didn't really get a better look than that until nearly 700 years later, when, on the 15th of December 1612, Simon Marius became the first ever person to observe the Andromeda Galaxy through a telescope. Slowly but surely, more details of this seemingly fuzzy nebula emerged. Charles Messier officially classified it M31 in 1764, but one of the most important breakthroughs came 100 years later. The 3rd Earl of Rosse, William Parsons, was a keen yet eccentric amateur astronomer. He had the massive 72-inch Leviathan of Parsonstown telescope built in the garden of his Birr Castle in Ireland. It remained the largest telescope in the world for some 70 years. Parsons used this beast of a scope to spot the spiral structure of a nebula named M51, or, as it's known to most of us, the Whirlpool Galaxy. It was the first time a spiral structure had ever been seen in a nebula, and the discovery sparked a flurry of interest from astronomers of the time. As they turned their attention to other nebulae, it resulted in the first ever photograph of the Andromeda Galaxy, taken by amateur British astronomer Isaac Roberts in in 1888, and that photo, as you can see, shows a clear spiral structure. Even with this photographic evidence, scientists weren't sure what Andromeda was, but they classified it, alongside thousands of other spiral nebulae, that all had something else in common. They didn't move like the rest of the stars in the night sky do. This realization inspired one of the major debates among astronomers in the late 19th century. Were spiral nebulae part of our own Milky Way galaxy? Or could there possibly be other island universes beyond? In 1925, Edwin Hubble resolved the issue. Hubble identified two Cepheid variables in the Andromeda Nebula. Known as standard candles, these variable stars can be used to measure galactic distances thanks to the correlation between their period and luminosity. Hubble calculated that these Cepheids were about 1 million light years away, far too far for them to lie within the bounds of the Milky Way, which, at the time, was estimated to be no wider than 300,000 light years across. With that single realization, Hubble proved Andromeda was a galaxy in its own right, and the universe suddenly became a lot bigger than anyone had previously thought. It must have been annoying to astronomers who thought Andromeda was just a nebula, but a rug pull like this could have been much more painful. Our world is increasingly filled with things that aren't what they seem. Nigerian princes want to deposit their millions of dollars in your bank account, innocent downloads that are secretly trying to infect your computer with malware, even fake shopping websites that take your money and then vanish into the night. Thankfully, there is a tool that can protect you from 3/4 of these rug pulls. The sponsor of or fake in keeping having one scams doesn't work. Cut through Astrum in the description for a special 4 months extra on your NordVPN subscription. It's risk-free with Nord's 30-day money-back guarantee. Since Hubble's discovery that the universe extends beyond the Milky Way, we've discovered countless galaxies. But we still share a special relationship with the one that opened our eyes to the vastness of space, our cosmological next-door neighbor. Andromeda has arguably taught us more about how galaxies work than even our own. You see, it's tricky to study galactic structure in the Milky Way because we're inside it, there's quite a lot of stuff to get in the way. Interstellar dust can scatter light so that objects look redder than they should. It's tricky to measure accurate distances, and sometimes details are blocked by noise in the foreground. Andromeda, or M31, however, doesn't have many of these issues. At around 2.5 million light years away, it's a place where we can study galaxy formation and evolution relatively unimpeded. But to make the best use of this laboratory, we need clear images. Experts and amateurs, ground-based and space telescopes have all taken a look at Andromeda from a number of different angles, resolutions, and wavelengths. But on the 16th of January 2025, the Hubble Space Telescope released an image that put all our previous efforts to shame. After 10 painstaking years of observing Andromeda, it has created the largest photomosaic ever assembled. Taken over 1,000 Hubble orbits, it encompasses more than 600 snapshots and 2.5 billion pixels. The result is the most in-depth and complete view of Andromeda we have ever seen. So, without further ado, let's take a look. This image shows Andromeda nearly edge-on, tilted 77 degrees relative to our view from Earth. In it, you can see the northern region to the right and the southern region to the left. Astronomers predict that Andromeda could be home to as many as 1 trillion stars. But most are too dim to be detected even by a powerful telescope like Hubble. Nevertheless, it was able to resolve a whopping 200 million stars, making it the most detailed image ever taken of any galaxy anywhere in the universe. With such a stunning census of our closest neighbor, scientists have been able to reveal more about its history, how it compares to our own cosmic home, and how it may evolve in the future. We know Andromeda is a spiral galaxy measuring around 150,000 light years across, with arms that extend out from its nucleus across the sky. Despite this classification, many of its features are pretty unusual, and thanks to this new image, we are starting to understand why. Created in 2015 with the conclusion of the FAT program, or Panchromatic Hubble Andromeda Treasury, this image is highly zoomable. And so it should be. Hubble spent more than 3 years photographing a third of Andromeda's star-forming disk. These images were taken across 6 spectral bands, ranging from near ultraviolet to near infrared. If you take a look at the outer region, you can see an elliptical ring of star formation, found roughly 10 kiloparsecs from Andromeda's nucleus. These newborn stars are bluer and therefore hotter than most other stars in this region. They are also metal-rich, meaning they contain elements heavier than helium or hydrogen. The more you zoom in, the more of these individual stars appear. There are so many. The Hubble team say they look like grains of sand on a beach. The resolution is truly that good. This ring of star formation puzzled astronomers, and it wasn't the only thing. Using images taken by the infrared array camera on the Spitzer Space Telescope in 2006, researchers found a second inner dust ring, situated about half a kiloparsec from Andromeda's center. This one was hiding in plain sight. Initially, scientists had assumed it was a mini-spiral related to dense regions of overlapping stellar orbits. 2 rings meant that what scientists were seeing couldn't just be an anomaly. But where did they come from? These rings were about to unlock Andromeda's past. For decades, scientists had looked at the galaxy and found little evidence to suggest a violent history, but these rings showed a different story. As astronomer and author of the 2006 study, David Block, put it, these dust rings are like ripples in a pond. And where do ripples come from? A point of impact. That's right, scientists concluded the rings were the remnants of a collision between Andromeda and one of its companion galaxies around 210 million years ago. Just like a stone being dropped into a pond, the impact between Andromeda and this other galaxy produced shockwaves of dust that radiated through the disk, leaving behind two ghostly trails we can still observe today. Bloch and his colleagues blame dwarf galaxy Messier 32 for this impact. Today, it appears as a bright, fuzzy haze of stars found just 5 kiloparsecs from Andromeda's center. When they ran numerical simulations to recreate the impact, the authors found that a head-on collision was able to reproduce the rings we see today. There is a conspicuous hole in the outer ring that was formed when it interlaced with Andromeda's spiral, and the simulations were even able to recreate this feature. Since that discovery in 2006, many thought that we had revealed the extent of our galactic neighbor's trauma. But thanks to Hubble, Andromeda was about to give up more of its secrets.
学姐，你怎么现在更像大学生？
是这个 HC。
You see, the 2025 image of Andromeda was made from the combined efforts of not only the FAT survey, but also the FAST survey. This extended the original program to photograph Andromeda's southern region and ran from 2021 to 2024. FAST added a further 90 million stars to the census and expanded its scope to cover 2/3 of the galaxy's star-forming disk. The need for this southern focus survey was born out of the realization that Andromeda's polar regions are almost nothing alike. The southern region appears to be far more disturbed than the north, and therefore carries more evidence of Andromeda's violent history. And there's plenty of battle scars to find. You can't really make it out in the Hubble image because it's too dim, but the giant southern stream is a mammoth feature of Andromeda that spans around 150 kiloparsecs from the galaxy's southern disk into the halo. You can think of it as a stream of debris from a galaxy that was stripped of its stars by Andromeda's gravity. The GSS is dissipationless, meaning the stars in it are cold and hold no significant amount of gas. Their paths are still dictated by gravitational forces, but they don't radiate heat or collide with other stars in the stream. It's like a group of marbles rolling down separate, frictionless tracks. The GSS, along with M32 and the inner halo, are three of the most prominent metal-rich features found in Andromeda. For some astronomers, their shared metallicity suggests they are all products of another major collision event in Andromeda's history, even larger than the one that produced the rings. But this event has a familiar antagonist. A study in 2018 sought to investigate this bigger collision and put the spotlight back on M32. Well, M32's ancestor. Cosmological simulations named Andromeda's most likely victim as an earlier version of M32, named M32P. In its heyday, this ancient, metal-rich galaxy had a mass of 25 billion suns and merged with Andromeda between 5 and 2 billion years ago. Its gas would have been vacuumed up by the greater force of Andromeda's gravity, triggering a burst of star formation which created about 1/5 of the stars we see in our galactic neighbor today. And what's more, we think we know which ones they are. Andromeda contains several billion stars that are of intermediate age, and astronomers had been struggling for years to explain why. They expected Andromeda's stellar population to look more like that of our Milky Way, distinct regions of much older stars in the bulge and halo, and younger stars in the thin disk. However, if these middle-aged stars formed during the merger with M32P, then we finally have an answer for where Andromeda's second wind of star formation came from. For more proof, we just have to look at M32 in Hubble's new image. If we go with the theory, then what we are seeing is the stripped core of M32P, and that description seems to fit. M32 has a central black hole with a relatively low mass, between 1.8 and 5 million solar masses. and astronomers can use this to work out how big its central bulge might have been before it merged with Andromeda. These calculations show that M32P's central bulge was small, which explains why the galaxy did not sink completely into the center of Andromeda during the merger. Instead, the stripped core was able to survive on the outskirts of the galaxy, where it remains to this day. As I said, this is still a theory, but it appears to answer a lot of questions about Andromeda's troubled past and unites several of its most unusual features together. But things might still be more complicated than that. Andromeda has 36 different dwarf galaxies surrounding it, and any one of these galaxies may have interacted with it in the past. It's only now that we have such a high-resolution view of our neighbor, thanks Hubble, that we can start to look for signs of small-scale interactions with its satellites. Who knows what we'll find? But it's not all about the past. This spectacular image can also tell us about the future, our future. As the two biggest gravitationally bound members of the local group, Andromeda and the Milky Way are often thought to be the most likely candidates for a collision. It was estimated in 2012 that Andromeda is falling towards our home galaxy at a rate of 110 kilometers per second and will hit in about 4 billion years. Of course, this is probably not a threat that the human race will ever have to worry about, but it's fascinating to think about how these two beloved galaxies could change if a collision ever comes to light. But before you start imagining what Milkomeda would look like, it's important to highlight that this is still a debate. Thanks to the new image from Hubble, we have reason to believe that our galaxy could live to fight another day. In a paper published this year, Till Svala from the University of Helsinki and his colleagues used the Hubble data on Andromeda to refine the models of the local group. Specifically, the FAT survey measured distances to 55 Cepheids within Andromeda. These, combined with the orbit of other local group galaxies like the Large Magellanic Cloud, showed that the fate of our galaxy was much more uncertain, with only a 50% chance of a merger with Andromeda in the next 10 billion years. Predicting what will happen to our galactic neighborhood in billions of years is no mean feat, but it will be much easier now that we can see its current state so clearly. The 10-year endeavor of the FAT and FAST programs has now come to an end, but the work doesn't stop there. With enough detail to cover 75 8K ultra-high definition screens, scientists are nowhere near done finding the secrets hidden within this image. And it's just one of a seemingly never-ending stream of clues. Hubble may have turned its attention somewhere else for now, but in June this year, more images were released from the Chandra X-ray Observatory, showing Andromeda's supermassive black hole in unprecedented detail. With each observation adding ever more detail, the story of Andromeda will become even more complete over the next few years, and so far, it's shaping up to be a good one. I can't wait to see what Hubble's scientists piece together next. But in the meantime, I hope this video has brought you closer to Andromeda. After all, we are neighbors, and we could be getting a lot closer in a few billion years. Thanks for watching. I want to give a quick shout out to a special supermassive black hole tier member on Patreon, Tom Ellis. Thank you for going above and beyond to support the channel. If you've been enjoying Astrum's videos and want to help keep this channel thriving, I want to ask you to take less than a minute to check out the Astrum Patreon. It's not just ad-free videos, but it's a way to make Astrum's videos less reliant on sponsors and algorithms. The link is below. Thanks so much for considering it. I'll see you next time.
諗半天都冇車，係我見衰啦！
你講做咩老婆婆喺你醫院啊？
但係我唔是瓜嚟啦！
柔美是几分钟？27分钟。对女生没想法，说说安安。哦，男生男生比较少哦。看小瓜怎么会单身呢？不是啊，我看错了啦，我看成女生是1，男生是2啦。谁会不知道？谁会不知道1:2是1比较少啊？你们该不会真的以为我是笨蛋吧？ 结束。
Upgrade complete. No one shall be the wiser. For my brothers. No one shall be the wiser. It has begun. Job's done. No one shall be the wiser. For my brothers. Job's done. That's a given. Job's done. No one shall be the Job's wiser. Done. For my brothers. Job's done. Research complete. I bid you. I am prepared. Research complete. Out with it. No one shall be the wiser.
等夏天，等秋天，等下个季节。
I am prepared.
要等到月亮变缺，你才会回到我身边。要不要再见面？没办法，还是想念。突然想看你的脸，熟悉的感觉。不牵手也可以漫步风霜雨雪，不能相见也要朝思暮念。只想让你知道，我真的很好。爱一生恋一世，我也会等你到老。只想让你知道，放不下也忘不掉。你的笑，你的好，是我温暖的依靠。 等下个季节，当等到月亮变成彩虹，我身边要不要再见面？没办法，还是想念。突然想看你的脸，熟悉的感觉。不牵手也可以漫步风霜雨雪。不 相见也要朝思暮念，只想让你知道，我真的很好，爱一生恋一世，我也会等你到老，只想让你知道，放不下也忘不掉，你的笑你的好，是我温暖的依靠。只想让你知道，我真的很好，爱一生恋一世，我也会等你到老，只想让你知道，放不下也忘不掉，你的笑你的好，是我温暖的依靠。
Yeah， 不知道该怎么说，心里面在想什么。闷骚的性格我也很讨厌这结果。你看我的眼神，像是在把委屈诉说。Hey babe， 每次都怪我，真的舍不得你难过。
不在乎别人怎么看，像我这种主动的女孩，越过爱你需要。我想要的答案，这样若即若离，让我很抓狂。No， 可真忙。
你知道我对你不仅仅是喜欢，想要和你去很远的地方，看阳光在路。
done. That's a given. For my brothers. Job's done. Job's done. Outright. Agreed. Job's done.
细的神经割掉，会不会比较睡得着？我的心有座灰色的监牢，关着一瓢黑色念头在后脚。把太硬的脾气抽掉，会不会比较被明了？你可以重重把我给打倒，但是想都别想我吵扰。你是魔鬼中的天使，所以送我心碎的方式是让我笑到最后一秒为止，才发现自己胸口插了一把刀子。你是魔鬼中的天使，让恨变成太俗气的事，从眼里流下谢谢两个字，尽管叫我疯子，不准叫我傻子。把太硬的脾气抽掉，会不会比较被明了？
Complete. That's it. My brothers. Job's done. Job's done. Job's done. Job's done.
This isn't savage, but I'm never gonna let you down. I'm never gonna leave you out. So many traitors, smooth operators, but I'm never gonna break that vow. I'm never gonna leave you You know the last time I laughed this hard was on the trampoline in somebody's backyard. I must have been about 8 or 9. That was the night I fell off and broke my arm. Pretty soon I learned cautious discretion. When your first crush crushes something kind. When I said I don't believe in marriage, that was a lie. Every eldest daughter was the first lamb to the slaughter. So we all dressed up as wolves and we looked fire. But I'm not a bad bitch, and this isn't savage. But I'm never gonna let you down. I'm never gonna leave you out. So many traitors, smooth operators, but I'm never gonna break that vow. I'm never gonna leave you now.
Job's done. My bidding. Upgrade complete. Upgrade complete. No one should be wiser.
久没有你的心，好久没有人陪我谈心，怀念你柔情似水的眼睛，是我天空最美的星星。清醒，人生在远方的我，不必为你担心。一颗爱你的心，时时刻刻为你转不停。我的爱也曾经深深温暖你的心灵，你和他之间，是否已经有了真感情？别隐瞒，对我说，别怕我伤心。我从来别看对你的真模样，是因为我知道我们太年轻。追求的是一种浪漫感觉，还是那无比负责任的热情？心中的话到现在才对你表明，不知道你是否会因此而清醒。当身在远方的我，不必为你担心。一颗爱你的心，时时刻刻为你转不停。我的爱也曾经深深温暖你的心灵，你和他之间，是否已经有了真感情？别隐瞒，对我说，别怕我伤心。一颗爱你的心，
下来落在肩膀，努力扛。为了梦想只好坚强，日日夜夜不停地忙。女人其实要的简单，只是陪伴。第一杯敬可可和气的餐厅，要不然这不远的我们。第二杯敬无奇不有的人生，还在烦，还在等的女人。
I stand ready.
Research complete.
爱上我，让我不知不觉满足被爱的虚荣，都是你的错。你对人的宠是一种诱惑，都是你的错。在你的眼中， 总是唱着让人又爱又怜的朦胧，都是你的错，你掩饰寂寞，像你的魔咒。但你爱我还能为谁争夺？我承认都是月亮惹的祸，那样的夜色太美丽太温柔，才会在刹那之间只想和你一起到白头。我承认都是誓言惹的祸，偏偏是他不如你，说来最动人，再怎么心如钢铁也成绕指柔。怎样的情深意动，会让两个人那一生敢承诺？我承认都是誓言惹的祸，偏偏似糖如蜜，说来最动人，再怎么心如钢铁也成绕指柔。我承认都是月亮惹的祸，那样的夜色太美丽太温柔，才会在刹那之间只想和你一起到白头。我承认都是誓言惹的祸，偏偏是他不如你，说来最动人，再怎么心如钢铁也成绕指柔。
多长，用划过天边的彩虹来量，短暂而美丽的邂逅，是否能燃烧得久？越过山，横过海，拾起我散落在风里的梦，多少的往事已成空，下一个日出日落，为谁停留？太多别人的传说，为何没有我的梦？如果让我们再次相遇，你是否还会再选择我？还是将与我擦肩而过？情多深，爱多长，用划过天边的彩虹来量，短暂而美丽的邂逅，是否能燃烧得久？越过山，横过海，拾起我散落在风里的梦，多少的往事已成空，下一个日出日落，为谁停留？太多别人的传说，为何没有我的梦？如果让我们再次相遇，你是否还会再选择我？还是将与我擦肩而过
I feel like it's been a long time since I last talked through a voiceover in my video, right? I don't remember when was the last time.
好听吗？好不好听？
Feels a little awkward right now, but thank you so much for coming back. Today's video is all about cute pajamas and loungewear. During my recent trip to Australia, I discovered this super adorable pajama brand called Peter Alexander. I love to collect what I was wearing in.
不只是家人，还有衣服上的病毒。日本权威认证 Attack H10极效抗病毒。
他在旁边这里给我看到摔下来。
Is there a winning strategy in the game of Tetris? The goal of Tetris is pretty straightforward. Line up a complete row of tiles without any gaps and the row disappears. Try not to pile up tiles too high, or else you'll hit the top of the board and lose the game. And what it means for there to be a winning strategy is for there to be some approach to playing the game such that a player would never lose. So the question to ask really is this: could an optimal Tetris player, who always placed blocks in the best possible locations, play the game forever without losing? Or is there some sequence of blocks that, even for the best player, will result in a loss? If we assume Tetris randomly chooses the sequence of blocks presented to the player, we can start to consider which sequences of blocks are easier to play with and which sequences are harder. There are 7 different types of blocks, otherwise known as tetrominoes in Tetris, each of which has a lettered name that looks somewhat like the block itself. There's the I block, the O block, the T block, the J block, the L block, the S block, and the Z block. And what we're interested in is finding a sequence of blocks such that no matter how the player tries to play them, they'll eventually fill the whole grid and the game will be over. Some blocks tend to fit a sequence of blocks such that no matter how the player tries to play them, they'll eventually fill the whole grid and the game will be over. Some blocks tend to fit together nicely. The J block and the L block form a nice rectangular shape, for example. So a repeated sequence of alternating J and L blocks is a pretty easy sequence to win with. The trickier blocks, though, are what are known as the skew blocks that come in 2 varieties, the S block and the Z block. If we start an empty game with an S block, we have already got a small problem. Since the block can't lay perfectly flat, we're going to have to create a gap somewhere in the board already. If we place the S block horizontally and then get a Z block, things don't look too bad. We can place the Z block and it seems like we're making progress. But if these blocks continue, we start running into trouble. We can play another S block, but the next Z block doesn't have a great place to go. The fact that these 2 skew blocks have a hard time fitting together actually provides a way we could construct a sequence of Tetris blocks that can force a player to lose, no matter how strategic they are. Here's the idea. The sequence will be an S block, followed by a Z block, followed by another S, and another Z, repeated again and again and again. If you were playing a game with alternating S and Z blocks, what would you do? We know S and Z don't play well together, but S blocks fit nicely with other S blocks, and Z blocks fit nicely with other Z blocks. So it turns out that the best strategy here is to create lanes that are 2 tiles wide, where some lanes are S blocks stacked on top of other S blocks, and some lanes are Z blocks stacked on top of other Z blocks. This seems like a reasonable strategy, but it has one major problem: the dimensions of the Tetris board itself. We haven't really talked about it yet, but the standard Tetris grid is 20 tiles tall and 10 tiles wide. And with a board that's 10 tiles wide, we can have 5 lanes, each of which takes up 2 columns. And 5 is an odd number, which means ultimately we'll need either more S lanes than Z lanes, or more Z lanes than S lanes. And whichever one we have fewer of, let's say we have fewer S lanes, those lanes will grow taller more quickly than the Z lanes. Because the sequence alternates between S and Z, there are an equal number of these 2 different types of blocks, but they're distributed across a different number of columns. And that difference in height is what eventually will cost us the game. The difference in height will grow and grow until it's high enough to hit the top of the board. The only way to stop it would be to place a block in the wrong lane, but that creates a gap, and we can only create so many gaps before we lose as well. In fact, it's been proven that in a game of alternating S and Z blocks, a player is guaranteed to lose after at most 69,600 of these blocks. Now, this sequence, of course, is highly unlikely, but in an infinite game of Tetris, where blocks are chosen randomly, eventually, probability says that any possible sequence that can happen will happen at some point. So, though it might take a very long time, eventually a long enough sequence of alternating S and Z blocks will appear, and the player will lose, no matter how good at Tetris they are. The only remaining question is, does Tetris actually work like this? Does Tetris choose blocks completely randomly each time? And it turns out the answer is not necessarily. Implementations of Tetris vary, but modern versions of Tetris that follow the official guidelines from the Tetris company use a slightly different method of block selection. We've been assuming that every time a randomized algorithm picks a new block where each block has an equal chance of coming up every time. But the official guidelines suggest a slightly different algorithm, random selection without replacement. In other words, once the first block is selected, the next block is drawn from the remaining 6, and the next block from the remaining 5, and so on and so forth until the last block is drawn, after which point the process repeats and all of the blocks return. And for games that follow this block selection algorithm, and that have some other common game features like previews of future pieces and the ability to hold a piece for later, it is theoretically possible to never lose a Tetris, to find just the right locations for each of the blocks such that the game continues forever.
Crikey, you better put another shrimp on the bob because we're going to talk about the boomerang, mate. The boomerang is where you spin the L or J piece into a super T-spin double or STSD hole. Most often used to fix an STSD that's been ruined by an extra hole below the overhang side, usually caused by garbage. Since this setup no longer leaves an additional T-spin behind, the boomerang allows you to at least salvage one TSD. This has been my TED Talk, mate. Thanks for watching. Oi, oi, oi. Crikey, you better put another shrimp on the bob.
See me fly, I'm proud to fly，让随着我，不能一直。 at the competition. That's it, my friends. Bye bye.
Subscribe to our channel.
Bye.
Subscribe to our channel.
谦虚把头低下来，像沙鸥来去天地，只为寻一个奇迹。See me fly, I'm proud to fly up high。生命已经打开，我要那种精彩。Believe me, I can fly. I'm singing in the sky。你曾经对我说，做勇敢的女孩。我盼有一天能和你相见，骄傲地对着天空说，世界是你的风。Let me fly, I'm proud to fly up high。生命已经打开，我要那种精彩。Believe me, I can fly. I'm singing in the sky。你曾经对我说，做勇敢的女孩，我不会孤单，因为你都在。
Upgrade complete.
周末的不眠早上，醒来不再空虚彷徨，走在去吃 brunch 路上，踏实感觉比惊喜更棒。还有心情从小地方，累积造就成无穷能量，快要爆炸，牵起手来奔向大殿堂，该出发啦！满地的惊喜都不怕，一出发啦！后面是满满的希望，在做梦吗？可能，难道不用想象等一等？我说我们已经在路上，不能相信机遇，梦想跳动我在手心，相信真爱会在那天天降临，坚定相信自己，微笑迎接任何陷阱，出发啦！满地的惊喜都不怕，一出发啦！后头是满满的行囊，在做梦吗？你们怎么可能？难道不用想象等一等？我说我们已经在路上，不能相信机遇，梦想跳动我在手心，相信真爱会在那天天降临，坚定相信自己，微笑迎接任何陷阱 ，Keep on fighting, we will be there。嘿，该出发啦！满地的惊喜就不怕，一出发啦！后头是满满的行囊，在做梦吗？你们怎么可能？难道不用想象等一等？我说我们已经在路上，不能相信机遇，梦想跳动我在手心，相信真爱会在那天天降临，坚定相信自己，微笑迎接任何陷阱 ，Keep on fighting。
Job's done, job's done, job's done, job's done, job's done, job's done. Job's done, job's done, job's done, job's done, job's done. 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 Job's done.
It has been done.
Research complete.
No one shall be wiser. My brothers. No one shall be
Job's done. Job's done. Job's done. Job's done.
Enlighten me. Outwit it. I am prepared. Out with it. That's a given. It has been done.
Job's done. Job's done. Job's done. Job's done. Research complete. Job's done. 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 Job's done.
Brothers.
Job's done.
Brothers.
Job's done. Research complete.
莫斯科没有眼泪，大雪纷飞，你冷得好憔悴。单身的我，原本以为可以一辈子不跟谁。莫斯科没有眼泪，我却流泪，不住哭的赞美，让我付出不怕心碎，是你最爱我。 我背着生存法则，活得单枪匹马，清醒天真还没被同化，谁的心里没有疤？条条弯路通罗马，失眠不过寂寞疗法。大世界不显眼的我们，看着最契合的灵魂，几乎花光年轻的资本，才了解幸福是双人。Hey, I know you know， 最孤单的人，声色 喧骂热闹着空城，有些安稳不成文，却围困每个大人。Cause I know you know， 我们会玩着，慢慢等一个吻，不被看好的，有说出，有风声。其实真心不需要开价，纯洁理性的生活会有新的玩法。今天真还没被同化，谁的心里没有疤？条条弯路通罗马，失眠不过寂寞疗法。大世界不显眼的我们，探寻着最契合的灵魂，几乎花光年轻的资本，才了解幸福是双人。Hey I know you know， 最孤单的人，声色犬马热闹着空城，有些人你不肯觉醒。 去，更怕你永远停留在这里。每一滴泪水都向你流淌去，倒流进天空的海底。
It has begun. No one shall be the wiser. My brothers.
Job's done.
It has begun.
Job's done.
No one shall
Job's
be the wiser.
done.
海浪怒声
来自
执子手，吹散苍茫茫烟火。话语的翅膀已经太辽阔，我松开时间的绳索，看你飞远去，看你离我而去，原来你生来就属于天际。每一滴泪水都向你流淌去，倒流回最初的相遇。
Shall be the wiser.
Upgrade complete. Job's done.
That's a given. Why should I?
Job's done.
I am prepared.
Upgrade complete. Research complete.
Enlighten me. No one shall be the wiser. It has begun.
Job's done.
I am prepared.
Research complete.
Out with it.
Upgrade complete.
I bid you. I am prepared.
Job's done.
I bid you.
Upgrade complete. Job's done. Job's done.
Out with it.
Upgrade complete. Upgrade complete. Job's done. Job's done. Job's done. Build more farms. Build more farms. Upgrade complete.
My brothers.
Job's done.
下一页你亲手写上的离别，由不得我拒绝。这条路我们走得太匆忙，拥抱着并不真实的欲望，来不及，等不及回头欣赏，木兰笑着不住声，不再看天上太阳透过云彩的光，不再找约定了的天堂，不再谈你说过的人间世事无常，听不到的再错。停在这里不敢走下去，让悲伤无法上演。下一页你亲手写上的离别，由不得我拒绝。这条路我们走得太匆忙，拥抱着并不真实的欲望，来不及，等不及回头欣赏。是无常，听不到。
存日光。
That's a given. I cannot summon there. Has begun. Job's done. Job's done. Upgrade complete. Upgrade complete. Enlighten me. Out with it. Enlighten me.
合打对面那种组合，我就问一下。
Time is running out, guys. Right now it might be shiny Pokemon, but later on I might be old Pokemon. Gen 1. What do we do? What do I do? Pepper meltdown. Pepper.
What's that? I just built a budgeting app in Base 44.
Guys, imagine you're in empty space and you fire off a stream of electrons. Well then, according to most physics textbooks, the only way to change how those electrons behave is by applying an electric or magnetic or gravitational force to them. But most physics textbooks are wrong. In the 1950s, two physicists came up with a clever experiment. You could have electrons travel through a region with no electric or magnetic fields whatsoever, and yet, by flipping a switch, you could change their behavior.
The magnetic field could be just zero, and yet the presence of some quantity could actually lead to observable effects. That wasn't supposed to happen, right?
This experiment split the physics community in two. It made them question whether fields are fundamental or whether something that was supposed to be just an abstract mathematical tool was actually more core to reality. This tool was first introduced in an attempt to solve one of the hardest unsolved problems in physics, the three-body problem. That is, if you have three bodies and you know their initial positions and velocities, how will they move under the influence of each other's gravity?
It's a juicy, juicy problem which has occupied literally generations, hundreds and hundreds of years of incredibly ambitious, talented mathematicians, physicists, and astronomers, and beyond.
The fact that this problem is so difficult to solve should at least be a little surprising. Because if you have just two bodies, then the solution is easy to find. In fact, the general case was already solved over 300 years ago by Newton himself.
But when Newton added a third body, well, that's when everything fell apart. In the two-body case, the forces behaved predictably, always pointing toward the system's shared center of mass. But with three bodies, this is no longer the case. When you try to calculate the forces, they end up being extremely dynamic. In addition to worrying about the magnitude of the forces, you also have to worry about their direction. So you end up with this chaotic mess of vectors. For the next 100 years, everyone who tried to solve this problem failed. But what if there was some other way to approach it? A way to simplify the math and not have to worry about these three-dimensional vectors? Well, that's where Joseph Louis Lagrange comes in. In the 1770s, he was also trying to solve the three-body problem, and he came up with a new approach. It works something like this. Say you've got a single mass, like a star. Lagrange imagined assigning a value to each point in space around the star. The value is determined by the star's mass and the distance from the star. You can think of each value as a height, and if we then turn this into an altitude map, you can see how the star creates this sort of well. What Lagrange had developed was the gravitational potential V. And what's important to note is that V is a scalar. It has a magnitude, but no direction. So the genius in Lagrange's idea is this. At any given point, we can draw an arrow pointing directly downhill, where the size of the arrow corresponds to the steepness of the hill at that point. We can repeat this process at every point, and if we then shift our perspective to 2 dimensions, look, what we've got is the gravitational field of the star. Mathematically, we say that the gravitational field G is equal to the negative gradient of V.
So Lagrange had found a way to switch the problem back and forth between one of vectors and one of scalars. So Lagrange had
G is equal to the negative gradient of V.
So Lagrange had found a way to switch the problem back and forth between one of vectors and one of scalars. And while adding up vectors is hard, adding scalars is a piece of cake. To find the combined potential landscape of any number of bodies, you just add up their individual potentials. And then you can always use that to get back to forces if you want. For a simple 2-body system, like the Earth orbiting the Sun, that combined potential looks something like this. If you look closely, you see that there are 5 points where the gradient is 0. And so Lagrange realized the forces there are also 0, which means that at each of these points, you could place a tiny third body and it would maintain a perfectly stable orbit. That is, if it isn't disturbed. These points are now known as the Lagrange points. And while they didn't help solve the 3-body problem, Lagrange was developing more sophisticated tools. In fact, he developed an entirely new way of doing mechanics. But for that to work, he didn't just need the potential. He needed the potential energy. And the kinetic energy too. I think when people hear potential, they think potential energy. And while they're very similar, there is a subtle difference. If you have the potential, that's basically the field corresponding to a single body. Then it will have some potential field around it, which is described as V equals minus Gm over R, where this is the mass of the sun. But to get the potential energy, we need to add in a second body. So let's say that's the Earth. The potential energy, let's call it U, is basically just the potential times the mass of the second body. So they're very similar, but they're slightly different. And the kinetic energy of the Earth is simple. That's, of course, 1/2 mv squared. So now we have everything we need to try this new method. In fact, we made a whole video on this over a year ago, but for now, all we need to know is that we can write down the kinetic minus potential energy to find what's known as the Lagrangian. Then you sub that into the so-called Euler-Lagrange equation, and out comes your solution.
I tried everything, coffee, Pomodoro, and binaural beats, but nothing stuck.
For example, predicting the motion of a double pendulum by using the standard forces approach is infamously hard.
Because as one pendulum is swinging, it provides the attachment point for the pendulum hanging below it. And so that pendulum is in this moving reference frame as it's swinging.
But if you plug the kinetic and potential energy into the Euler-Lagrange equation, then you can quickly get to a solution, at least numerically. That's actually how we made this simulation.
I remember thinking, man, force is like hard to get the right answer. You can do it if you're good, and people who are good at mechanics can do it. But with the Lagrangian approach, you could just write down the energy, which is a scalar, not a vector, plug it into the Euler-Lagrange equation, and you get the right equation to motion, and you don't have to be a good physicist.
But for all its usefulness, the potential wasn't enough to help Lagrange solve the 3-body problem. In 1887, mathematician Heinrich Bruns finally proved that the 3-body problem is unsolvable. There are simply too many unknowns and no way to simplify the problem to reduce them. So the best we've got are computer simulations which compute the potentials from moment to moment and use that to predict how the system will evolve in time.
And so that's where we come to realize that the 3-body problem is beautiful for what it's taught us, even though we now recognize that we can't actually solve for this exact problem as many folks had hoped to do. And in doing that, they merely gave us the machinery of modern mathematical physics. So I'm pretty happy we tried.
The potential helped simplify a wide array of problems. For many physicists, it even replaced forces as their primary tool. It became so useful that people started to wonder if other forces in nature might have a corresponding potential, starting with the electric force.
If you look at the formula for the electric force, you notice that it's remarkably similar to that for gravity, just with masses and charges swapped. In the 1810s, Simeon Denis Poisson, one of Lagrange's students, also noticed this similarity. And he realized that you can define an electric potential phi in a very similar way. But there is one important difference, and that is, while two masses can only attract, two charges can attract or repel. So now, with the potential, you don't only get pits, you also get hills. But one force was much trickier to find the potential for, and that was the magnetic force. And that's because magnetism is a fundamentally different beast from the gravitational and electric force. Take a bar magnet. We can draw the magnetic field it produces. It looks something like this. Now, at first glance, this looks very similar to the electric scenario, where we have a positive and negative charge. But this picture doesn't look at what's going on inside the magnet. So if we reveal what's inside, and you see that the look at what's going on inside the magnet. So if we reveal what's inside, then you see that these lines actually continue, but now they point from south to north. So magnetic field lines are actually loops. They don't have an origin or endpoint. And that fundamentally changes things. So physicists needed a new way to describe the magnetic potential.
The breakthrough came in the 1840s from an undergraduate student named William Thomson.
His day job as an undergraduate was to learn as much fancy calculus as possible, and then when he learned all that, he invented more.
Thomson found that the mathematics of his day was unable to describe the relationship between a magnetic field and its associated potential. So he came up with an entirely new function, the curl. To see how this works, imagine the arrows of this vector field are like currents in a liquid. If we were to place a paddle wheel right here, it would start to rotate rapidly counterclockwise. As Thomson defined it, this spot has high positive curl. At this spot, it would rotate clockwise, but not as rapidly, so it has lower negative curl. And here, the current pushes on it equally in both directions, so it wouldn't rotate at all. This spot has zero curl. Thomson realized that the magnetic vector field B could be defined as the curl of some other vector field, the magnetic vector potential A. Now, even though they're both vector fields, it turns out that A is often much easier to work with than the magnetic field itself, much like the other potentials V and phi.
Thomson was showing there was a kind of underlying mathematical structure one could use that would streamline the calculations, but even Thomson thought this was a kind of device, a helpful device, and not a substitute for like the real physics.
Decades later, Thomson was elevated to the House of Lords for his contributions to science, where he received a new title, Lord Kelvin. With Kelvin's latest addition, there were now 3 fundamental equations relating the potentials to their respective fields.
Thanks to each of these, you could now solve problems much easier. And so, ever since, professional physicists often use potentials instead of forces or fields to solve the problems they're working on. Potentials even show up in some of our best physical theories of the universe. But that raises an important question. If potentials pop up everywhere, then do they actually represent anything physical? That is, can they have a direct influence on reality? Well, to most physicists, the answer was a resounding no. Take the gravitational potential of a single star, for example. Well, we could just add 10 to each value of the potential, and this would shift the overall landscape. But the change in landscape from one point to the next remains the exact same. So the field is the same as the one we had before, and the force an object would experience at any point would remain unchanged. In fact, we can add any constant, 10, 100, a million, and the field doesn't change. And so the forces an object would experience going around it also don't change. There are an infinite number of ways we could write the gravitational potential for any gravitational field and get the system to evolve in the same way. And the same is true for electricity and magnetism. The value of the field, and thus the force, is fixed. But the value of the potential is arbitrary. So from this, most physicists concluded that potentials can possibly have any physical significance. It must just be a trick that makes the math easier. But most physicists might be wrong.
This game
you're not ready for it.
In 1942, 23-year-old David Bohm was hard at work on his thesis in particle physics when one day he received an unexpected visit.
Robert Oppenheimer, who was David Bohm's PhD advisor, wanted to bring him squarely onto the new Manhattan Project efforts.
This was a life-changing opportunity. Bohm would be working side by side with some of the top minds in physics. But there was a problem. The project's military director, General Leslie Groves, had to approve Oppenheimer's recruits, and when he ran a background check on Bohm, he didn't like what he saw.
He briefly joined the American branch of the Communist Party when he was in California. By his own recollections, he quit pretty quickly because he got bored. He said, these people just sit around talking all day and don't do anything.
Even so, Groves deemed Bohm a security risk and banned him from working on the Manhattan Project. But things got even worse.
Just as he was about to finish his dissertation in Berkeley, the topic was then classified. He did not have clearance, so he couldn't even work on or even write up his own dissertation. So Oppenheimer had to certify that Bohm had done good work, and in 1943, in wartime, that was sufficient for Bohm to actually get a PhD.
After the war, Bohm became an assistant professor at Princeton University. But fear surrounding his communist sympathies followed him wherever he went. In 1949, he was brought before the House Un-American Activities Committee for questioning. While Bohm was under investigation, Princeton let his professorship lapse, and even after he was acquitted, the university refused to reinstate him. It seemed lapse, and even after he was acquitted, the university refused to reinstate him. It seemed that Bohm was destined for obscurity. And so, Oppenheimer gave him a firm recommendation: leave the country and start fresh somewhere else. Oppenheimer was no stranger to political persecution, and he didn't want Bohm to suffer the same fate. So Bohm took the advice. His journeys brought him to Brazil and then Israel. And though he was free from the political pressures he had felt in America, he still found himself an outcast. Many of Bohm's academic peers were put off by his more unorthodox ideas, including his radical interpretation. Academic peers were put off by his more unorthodox ideas, including his radical interpretation of quantum mechanics and his new theory of human consciousness. But there was one student who was enthralled by Bohm's approach, and that was Yakir Aharonov.
He was, first of all, extremely bright, and also very nice personality, so it was beautiful to interact with him.
When Bohm relocated once more, this time moving to the University of Bristol in England, Aharonov chose to come with him. And it was there in Bristol in the 1950s that Aharonov and Bohm stumbled upon something huge.
For a long time I was thinking more deeply about the interpretation of quantum mechanics. It wasn't to solve any problem, it was just curiosity.
According to quantum mechanics, at the smallest scales, particles behave like waves. And this behavior is governed by the Schrödinger equation. The solution to this equation is called the wave function psi. If you take its modulus squared, you get the probability density of finding a particle at a given point at a given time. The left side of this equation tells you how the wave function changes over time and space. And the right side tells you that this change depends on h, what is known as the Hamiltonian. It's basically just the total energy of the system. In the case where we have both an electric and magnetic potential, the solution to the Schrödinger equation looks something like this, where this is just a constant, and this term describes the complex phase. It looks complicated, but it's actually quite easy. This term describes the complex phase. It looks complicated, but it's actually quite easy to get a feel for it. So let's plot it in 2 dimensions for an electron moving to the right. The different colors here represent the different phases, and you can see how the phase evolves over time and space. Thank you to Richard Beheal for inspiring this approach. Now, if you look closely at the original phase term, you see A and phi, the magnetic and electric potentials. So watch what happens if we add a magnetic vector potential that points in the same direction as the electron is traveling.
you can see that the wave stretches out. So now the phase changes more slowly over space than it did before. And if the potential points the other way, then now the wave gets more compressed and its phase changes faster over space. And a similar thing would happen if you change the electric potential phi.
Now, this by itself, I think, wasn't shocking to most physicists. Just as you would always use the potentials to make the math easier, that's also why you use it in the Schrödinger equation. But really, what's responsible for these, even phase changes were still the fields. But you spoke to Aharonov.
Yeah.
And that wasn't his take.
No. If you look at the Schrödinger equation, you can't just replace the potential phi with the electric field E.
Why not?
Because you're losing information.
Okay.
Because remember, you can define any number of potentials for a specific electric field because you can pick an arbitrary height. But that information is lost when you go and swap it out for the electric field. There's another way to think about it.
Okay, this is getting real.
So if you have an expression like 5x squared plus 5, you'd think you could just write this as the integral of 10x. Right? Because the integral is 5x squared plus
C. Right.
C is a constant, so it includes 5, but it also includes any other number. But importantly, C is not 5, or at least not in every case. So you lose this specificity when you go from a potential to an electric field. And Aharonov wasn't comfortable with that. So he thought, what if every quantum system was actually influenced by the potential and not by the field?
Right.
So it's the potential that shows up in the Schrödinger equation, so it is what influences wave functions. He had to find a way to prove that what we're observing is always because of a potential and not because of the field.
How do you do that?
Complicated. See, Aharonov had to design an experiment that would send a particle through a region where there's no electric or magnetic field, but there is a potential. In such a setup, if the phase of the particle's wave function started changing slower or faster, that had to be the direct result of the potential itself, because there are no fields.
Revive your courage.
But that's where you run into a problem, because there's no way to directly measure the phase of a particle's wave function. So how do you devise an experiment that can yield a measurable result? Well, Aharonov enlisted the help of his mentor Bohm, and together they came up with the following theoretical experiment. It starts with a beam of electrons, which is split into two. In the middle of these two beams is a tightly coiled wire known as a solenoid. Now, solenoids have an interesting property. When you run a current through one, it produces a strong magnetic field inside the coil and a very weak field outside the coil. The longer the solenoid, the weaker the field in the surrounding space. For simplicity, Aharonov and Bohm imagined a setup with an ideal, infinitely long solenoid, one where the magnetic field outside the coil is exactly zero. After traveling on opposite sides of the solenoid, the electron beams are redirected back towards each other by the researchers. And here, at this point, they intersect. Now, since electrons behave as waves, the waves from the intersecting beams overlap and produce an interference pattern, bright fringes with gaps in between them. The exact pattern depends on the phase of each of these waves. When the solenoid is off, there is no magnetic field in the region the electrons are traveling through, and there is no magnetic potential. The phase of the electrons changes in the same way across both beams, regardless of whether they pass above or below the solenoid. And so you get an interference pattern that looks like this. But when the solenoid is turned on, well, there is still no magnetic field because it's confined entirely within the coil, but there is a magnetic potential. That may sound strange, but remember, the magnetic field is the curl of the magnetic potential. The curl of the potential can be zero in some region, even when the potential itself is not. And that's exactly what's happening here. Now, take a closer look at the vector potential. In the space the upper beam passes through, the potential points in the opposite direction as the beam. So here, the phase changes faster. But below the solenoid, it points in the same direction as the beam. So the phase changes slower. If the phase truly depends on the potential alone and not the field, then the phases of the two beams should evolve differently. So as a result, the interference pattern should shift when the solenoid is on versus when it's off.
The magnetic field could be just zero, and yet the presence of some vector potential could actually lead to observable effects. That wasn't supposed to happen, right?
What I love about this story is that it reminds me that individual people can challenge entire paradigms. For nearly 200 years, many of the smartest minds in history all believed that potentials were nothing more than mathematical tools. But then, two outsider physicists came along and defied that interpretation. Confident in their approach, they took on the entire scientific establishment. That same belief in the power of the individual is what motivated me to partner with Planet Wild. Many of us can feel helpless when we look at the huge problems facing the Earth today. Deforestation, plastic pollution, and the extinction of entire species. The easy solution is just to wait around and hope someone else will do something about it. Planet Wild gets boots on the ground to actually protect our planet, and they make it easy for anyone to join the cause, which is one of the reasons I became a member. Another reason is that every month we as a community fund new projects to clean up oceans, rewild forests, protect endangered species, and raise awareness. You can think of Planet Wild as crowdfunding for nature. My favorite part, I get to see the impact of my contributions through outstanding monthly videos, which are published right here on YouTube. Take this, it stops. Planet Wild invested over 100. It came for you and cancel anytime. The first paid version, if you're willing to read. And the reception was, Aharonov and Bohm published their findings in 1959, and the reception was mixed.
Certainly at the beginning, many people thought that this can't be true. So there were many people that tried to write articles against this.
Even Niels Bohr, one of the founding fathers of quantum mechanics, found it impossible to accept that a particle could be influenced by a potential in the absence of any force. But some physicists supported Aharonov and Bohm. Richard Feynman wrote, "The fact that the vector potential appears in the wave equation of quantum mechanics was obvious from the day it was written. It seems strange in retrospect that no one thought of discussing this experiment until 1959, when Bohm and Aharonov first suggested it and made the whole question crystal clear." Feynman included himself in that statement. He later wondered why he had never noticed the effect. Physicist Victor Weisskopf had a similar response. The first reaction to this work is that it's wrong. The second is that it's obvious. Ultimately, there was only one way to settle the debate. Someone had to actually do the experiment. The first to try was a colleague of Aharonov and Bohm's at the University of Bristol, Robert Chambers. Chambers' experiment largely followed the setup Aharonov and Bohm proposed, with one notable exception. An ideal solenoid would have to be infinitely long, which is physically impossible. So instead, Chambers used a tiny needle-like piece of iron, about 1/1,000,000th of a meter thick, and 500 times as long. When this iron whisker was magnetized, it produced a magnetic field that was strong within the metal itself, but negligible outside of it, as well as a magnetic potential in the surrounding region of space. To get a baseline interference pattern, Chambers fired 2 beams of electrons around an empty region of space. Then he added the magnetic whisker. When he fired the beams again, the interference pattern shifted. It seemed that Aharonov and Bohm were right. But critics were unconvinced.
People objected to it because since the whisker is finite, there is always some magnetic field that will go out.
Maybe a stray field was responsible for the effect, not the potential.
And that's throwing no shade on their colleague who did these cool experiments. It's like, it's hard, right? It's really hard.
And so it went for several decades. Experimentalists repeatedly tested the Aharonov-Bohm effect, but each trial had flaws that left the result open to debate.
Until in 1986, a team of Japanese researchers led by Akira Tanomura came up with a new way to do the experiment. See, they used a tiny donut-shaped magnet to make their magnetic field. With a perfect torus, all the magnetic field is contained within the loop. Outside it, it's absolutely zero. And as an added layer of protection, the team also coated the entire magnet in a layer of superconducting niobium, which would block out any leaking fields. Now, previous experiments relied on turning a magnetic field on or off, but Tanomura's team took on a different approach. In their case, the magnet is always on, But because of its unique shape, the potential outside the torus is different from the one in the center. It points towards us on the outside and away from us on the inside. And the team realized they could take advantage of this. They started by firing off an electron beam, which was actually wide enough to be treated as two separate beams. Part of it traveled along through empty space and functioned as the control, whereas the other part washed over the entire torus. And what's important here is that the beam is wide enough so that part of it passes around the torus and part of it passes through. Then, at the end, a biprism deflects the electron beams toward each other. They intersect, and this is where they create an interference pattern. Now, think about what this interference pattern should look like. Well, for starters, there should be a shadow of the torus, so we can fill that in. But the rest? Well, it depends on whether the Aharonov-Bohm effect is real or not. If it's not real, we'd expect to see an interference pattern that looks something like this, where the pattern outside the torus and in the center match up. But if it is real, then the electrons that traveled through the center would have experienced a different potential, which would have shifted their pattern by half a phase. So that should look something like this. Now, here are the results from Tonomura's experiment.
You see, these are the interference fringes inside and outside the magnet, and then if you follow what is a peak outside the torus, lines up with a trough inside the middle, and then it's a peak outside again.
And that's exactly what they predicted.
This is exactly what they predicted.
So it's real?
It's real.
Only the Tonomura experiment was really the final proof, experimentally.
And yet, soon a new debate emerged. The effect is real, sure, but how should we interpret it? What is it really telling us about the nature of the universe?
Today, physicists largely fall into one of two camps. The first camp claims that potentials aren't just mathematical conveniences, they can influence physical reality. This is the perspective initially favored by Aharonov and Bohm. As they wrote in the abstract of their paper, contrary to the conclusions of classical mechanics, there exist effects of potentials on charged particles, even in the region where all fields vanish.
Some take this position a step further. Since the potentials show up in the Schrödinger equation and the fields do not, they argue that the potentials are more fundamental to physics than fields are.
Richard Feynman supported this idea. He wrote, A is as real as B, realer, whatever that means.
I mean, I kind of like that interpretation, but something about the potential bothers me, and that's the fact that you can set the potential at any arbitrary height. It can be plus infinity, it can be minus infinity, anything in between. So wouldn't that change, how the potential actually influences the wave function?
This bothered me too, so much so that I actually ended up asking a professor about this. But it turns out it can't.
It notes it's not just the potential that's entering the observable, it's the line integral. So it's only A that enters, it's not the magnetic field. B vanishes, it's only A, but it's not A alone.
It gets a little technical here, but if I pull up,
as one does,
as one does, a flip chart, then we can actually run this through. So if you look at how the potential shows up, then what's measurable is not the phase directly, but it's the phase shift. Call it delta theta. Then the phase shift is the line integral of A over the path, or dotted with the path. So you get this. Now you can imagine, okay, let's add a constant to this. And if our setup is roughly, we start here, one electron beam goes like this, and the other one goes like this, and these are symmetric, then the potential here will point, let's say, in this direction, but here it will point in that direction. Let's say instead of A, we do A plus C, some constant. Then when we're taking the path this way, we'll be adding that C, and we'll be dotting it with dx. But because that path is the exact same, when we go this way, we just subtract it, so it cancels out. So the potential, it does show up, but in such a way that all the arbitrariness of the potential, it cancels out perfectly.
Okay.
It's a geometrical quantity involving A that has taken care of, for which all that residual ambiguity has literally canceled out.
The potentials being physical might sound strange, but the second interpretation is even stranger.
Whoa. What's that? I just built a budgeting app with base 44. Guys, Nina just...
Physicists in Camp 2 maintain that potentials really are just mathematical objects, and the fields are responsible for the effect. But in Tonomura's experiment, the magnetic field was completely confined within the solenoid. For this interpretation to be true, its supporters are forced to assert that fields can act non-locally. That is, a field can influence things outside the region of space where the field itself exists. Many physicists find this idea difficult to swallow.
I think the idea of saying that these fields act non-locally undoes the reason why we have field theory. Right? The great triumph of field theory, which has served us so well for more than 100 years, is this stubborn notion that local causes yield only local effects.
And yet, Aharonov's own perspective has shifted from Camp 1 to Camp 2.
When we published the article, we called it the effect of potentials. When you use potential and use the Schrödinger representation, it looks as if everything is local, but it's misleading because that local potentials are really not physical. Later, I decided that it should be called a non-local effect of the electric and magnetic field. The electron can feel the effect of a field that is not where it is.
While non-locality remains a controversial idea, a sizable portion of physicists do side with Aharonov, and the debate continues to this day.
I maybe have a third interpretation.
Good.
And I would love to get your thoughts. And if it's bad, please tell me honestly.
Okay.
So we did this other video about particles essentially exploring all possible paths all at once. And so right now we're saying either the potentials are real or fields are acting non-locally. But what if there's a third option where the fields are still local and it is the fields that are affecting the change, but rather it's the particles that are exploring all possible paths all at once? You could potentially even have some quantum tunneling effects going inside an area where there are fields. You know, as the electron, or the wave function at least, explores all possible paths, gets influenced by those slight bits where the wave function is inside the field.
I actually don't think that's ridiculous, Casper. That's for a strong ringing endorsement. I think there's a lot to that.
Okay.
If we could think about these things as, it is indeed the quantum phase that's being affected.
Yeah.
We can describe that phase in terms of quantum mechanical path integrals. I think that's a perfectly reasonable way to frame it. So, yeah, I'd buy that.
That's awesome. I'm pretty sure this isn't the complete answer, but one thing which would be cool is if someone else takes this idea, you know, or maybe gets inspired by it and they're like, actually, that doesn't work, but here is how it does work, and now we're closer.
That's right. That would be the best possible outcome. Well, the best possible outcome is you're just right. But the second best possible outcome is that nudges the community more broadly to ask new questions of familiar material. That's right.
One new question the community asked was, is there also a gravitational version?
In 2022, researchers at Stanford tested this. A simplified version of their experiment works something like this. They shot up ultra-cold rubidium atoms into a tube-shaped vacuum chamber, at the top of which was a tungsten mass. Now, atoms, like electrons, are also governed by a wave function. So they split each rubidium atom's wave function into two distinct packets, and they launched them to different heights. One was sent really high and got close to the mass, whereas the other didn't. And then when the two collided at the bottom, this created an interference pattern. And when they let this interfere and accounted for all other effects, they could clearly see the phase shift as predicted by Aharonov and Bohm. So it seems like the gravitational Aharonov and Bohm effect is real. If the results hold up to scrutiny, this is a huge finding, because it suggests that the electromagnetic and gravitational potentials can influence reality at the most fundamental scale, even when all the fields are exactly zero. So does that mean that most physics textbooks are wrong or need updating?
Don't throw out all the textbooks. They're beautiful. We learn a lot, but that doesn't mean we're done. And we should be open to surprise. And just because things haven't changed in, let's say, 200 years, roughly between, say, Lagrange and Aharonov-Bohm, they still could change, right? And they can sometimes change in beautiful and surprising and very powerful ways.
I read somewhere that the reason you decided to do the AB effect was that you didn't really think potentials were something that was just a mathematical tool like most scientists believe.
That is correct. I was very ignorant. Luckily, sometimes it's good not to know too much. Luckily, sometimes it's good not to know too much.
What is that dance song? What the fuck is that emote? What is that? Is that a... What the fuck is that? Alright, there you go. Up button? Alright, fine. 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 Game starts. Up button, 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 Easy face, let you roll by. I'm trying to kiss your lips for real. Red hearts, that's what I want, yeah. So give me something I can feel. Don't you want me like I want you, baby? Don't you need me like I need you now? Sleep tomorrow, but tonight go crazy. All you gotta do is just be at the up button, up button, up button, up button, it's whatever, it's whatever you like. Turn yourself into a club. I'm talking drink, dance, slow swing, party all night. Yeah, come back, girl, what's up? Don't you want me like I want you, baby? Don't you need me like I need you now? Sleep tomorrow, but tonight go crazy. Meet me at the up button, up button, up button, up button, up button, up button, are you ready? 'Cause I'm gonna catch you. Hold on, I'm on the way. Yeah, I'm on the way. Hold on, I'm on the way. Yeah, I'm on the way. Don't you want me like I want you, baby? Don't you need me like I need you now? Sleep tomorrow, but tonight go crazy. All you gotta do is just meet me at the up button, 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 There you go. This song is so hard. Alright. Can you please sing Shallow? Sure. A little mellow song now.
Digimon song.
Okay, next I think we're $5. There's something else you're searching for. I'm falling. In all the good times I found myself alone. like legit. People clap. Yeah, I cannot find it. I cannot find it. Look. Like, you cannot search it here. Inky chat. Let me see if Inky chat has a butterfly. Pretender. Lemon. Walking with you, Naruto. These are popular. Endless rain. Dan da da. Oh, butterfly. Oh, I found it. I think it's this one. already did. We did. Childhood song, childhood song. Okay, now what? Now what? Now what? Up until again? What if I just do up until the whole fucking time, huh? Then what do you guys think? Evangelion? IU. Golden? Dude, Golden is so hard. I just recovered from pool. Golden is gonna not become a golden, but it's gonna be brown. Not golden when I sing it. It's gonna be brown, bro. Alright, maybe I could try with the lore. You hold my hand? Alright, let me try. I was a girl, I was a girl.
随心所往，让梦去飞翔，任凭孤独思念八方。岁月迁徙不同的远方，任世情万般心事来来往往。随风起飞。心就要起航。
姐姐，确定了，你要用香味盖臭味。哎。
Okay, carrot salad. It's very spicy, but I'm still gonna give it 9 out of 10 because it's very good. How can carrots, just so simple, carrots, just carrots with spices be so good? I'm sorry, but borscht in Bashkortostan.
6 with 20 где-то. What a sunny day. I guess it's a stereotype that Siberia is a harsh, cold place. Actually, it's one of the sunniest regions of Russia. Do you feel warm?
I feel very warm.
How did you imagine Siberia?
Bears everywhere, snowstorms, trees. the trees part is true. The snowstorms and the bears, not true. Didn't see any bears. Didn't see any snowstorm. Well, okay, in Omsk it was snowing very hard. So maybe I saw at least one snowstorm.
What other stereotypes did you have about Russia?
People are not friendly, but we've already proved that this is just a myth. If you come here, like, people will treat you so kindly. I've had so many experiences where people have just been so sweet. Like, I think 2 train trips I've gone on, random babushkas have bought me ice cream, fed me in the train a silly amount of sala, even if I say I don't want to eat. Like the last train journey I went on, this man was like, "You need to eat." I was like, "I'm okay, I'm not hungry." He was like, "You must eat." So I'm like, "Okay, I'll take some bread and some sala." People are so kind. It's 100% a stereotype.
What things do you think Russians should learn from Australians?
We got a chill vibe, I think. One thing about Russians that you need to know, well, at least the ones that I know, I won't say everyone, but most of them, you guys can be pretty blunt sometimes, you know? You're just like telling it as it is. We're like,
Me too?
Yeah. I'm sorry, I've got to say it, but you're like, sometimes you'll just say things with the most straight face, like, "I love you, Ellie." It's nothing against you, but, you know, a little bit chill vibes, a little bit of like, yeah. But maybe that's a problem for us. We just beat around the bush a bit too much.
Chill vibe.
Chill vibe. Take our chill vibe a little bit.
And what should Aussies learn from Russians? What do you think?
Well, how to cook, first of all, because our national dish being Vegemite on toast doesn't say much about us, does it? Your national dish is like a delicious soup, and ours is just like, here's some old beer that we've put on a slice of bread. Please enjoy. I don't know, people here have a very strong character to live in such conditions. Like we've seen from Yanao to even here, like no one is complaining most of the
Традиционное наше алтайское жилище называется аил. Эта часть считается...
Ае? Нет. Тёх.
men wrestling beers. I didn't see one.
Rostislav, go wrestle him.
Of the Great Silk Road, and now we can enjoy the same views like the ancient people that workers of the caravans saw on his way.
Летели кирпичи, солдаты старых стен, богема и бичи, драконы перемен. Не страшная война, не горькое вино, печальная страна, в ней твое окно, а в ней твое окно. А в ней твое окно.
And we're back in the cafe where we started our trip, in the Road Cafe. Life is a circle. And also life is a circle because you're going back to Australia. So it's been 2 months for you in Russia. It's the end of your trip, and last weeks we spent in Siberia. So what is the #1 reason for you personally to visit Siberia?
I have always been very interested in Siberia, and I always wanted to know what it was like, because we always think of it as like a cold, harsh place, very scary and full of snow. So I've always wanted to see it. I think that was my #1 reason.
Okay, now you need to answer quick. Your favorite food from Russia?
It's
The most important Russian phrase that you need in life?
Всё возможно.
Все возможно.
Все возможно, конечно.
Пляж или снег? Все возможно.
Все возможно, конечно.
Пляж или снег?
Снег.
Кенгуру или северный олень?
Кенгуру.
Кенгуру или северный олень?
Кенгуру.
Vegemite или борщ?
They're gonna take my Aussie passport. They're gonna take my Aussie passport away from me, mate, if I say borscht, but Vegemite and borscht. Have you ever thought about that? Like
I never tried that.
But like instead of smetana, we put
Борщ
Vegemite.
with Vegemite instead of smetana.
Australia-Russian fusion restaurant coming soon.
Okay, you need to do it in Australia.
I'll let you know.
Yeah.
Летели не спеша, порхали в неглиже, как юная душа, сгоревшей в оранже, в Давос и Вифлеем, как крайне земли, от глупых теорем, оставленных в пыли, летели облака. Зажгу на кухне свет из века сундука, где крылья много лет искали седока. Достану, разомну, пристрою на спине и запущу весну. И облака во мне, и облака во мне. Летели облака, летели облака, летели далеко, как мамина рука, как папина трико, как рыбы корабли, как мысли дурака.
学姐，你怎么现在？
under attack! Upgrade complete.
Manuelita vivía en Peguajo, pero un día se marchó. Nadie supo bien por qué. A París ella se fue, un poquito caminando y otro poquitito a pie. Manuelita, 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 ¿dónde vas con tu traje de malaquita y tu paso tan audaz? Manuelita una vez se enamoró de un tortugo que pasó. Dijo, ¿qué podré yo hacer? Vieja, no me va a querer. En Europa y con paciencia me podrán Manuelita, ¿dónde vas con tu traje de malaquita y tu paso en la tintorería de París? La pintaron con barniz, la plancharon en francés, del derecho y del revés. Le pusieron peluquita